Hi and good morning, everyone. Welcome to GDG Cloud KL IO Extended here at Merdeka Level 20. My name is Ira and I will be your host for track 2 today. We have an exciting lineup for sessions that are sure to inspire and educate. So without further ado, Let's kick off our session with an insightful presentation on Vertex AI Gemini. Please welcome our first speaker, Bagus Mahendra Sono, Technology Architect at OCBC Malaysia. Bagus, the stage is yours.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's great to be here in the Saturday morning, and look at you guys. And before I start, I want to have. Let me ask you a question. Please raise your hand. Yeah, if you are working with a Vertex AI or Gemini in your organization, in your office, maybe can raise your hand. Nobody. One. All right. Good. Then this season is really for you. So another question: how many of you is working professional? I mean, you're now working. You're not student or so. Okay, I think around 50%, 60%. Yep, 60%. Okay. The thing is like this. Yeah, this topic is important because now when we are talking about the Gen AI and everything, actually, it's in always in researcher or the paper based mindsets, right? When we adopt this to the business, then there is some certain tweak that we need to do when we implementing the Vertex AI or Gemini AI in our business domain. So, yep, let's start. Let me introduce. My name is Bagus. I'm a just now introduced. I'm the technical architect for the OCBC Malaysia. So, yeah. By the way, this is the LinkedIn. You can scan and connect to me. So in LinkedIn, usually I talk about mostly it's a microservice, web technology, and clouds. So today a little bit different because first, my sound is different because I have a sore throat this morning. So sorry about that. My sound is a little bit different. And then secondly, usually I talking about the microservice and web technology and clouds, but today I'm talking about AI because it's 2024, right? Every tech conference is talking about AI. So yeah, to be cool, I need to talk about the AI also. No. No, but yes, 2024 AI, generative AI, and Gemini is to be, I mean, they are the highlight on our tech uh, environment now. This technology, right, they are spread into all of our technology stack. For me, a web and cloud, they are coming also to us. So that's why we need to learn about it and try to adapt it. So that's the things. Okay, generative AI and Vertex AI actually revolutionize how we creating our products. So who knows? A few years ago that we can talk to computer and then they will respond as a human like conversations, right? So yeah, that's what we are talking later on. There is our agenda. So first we talk about the Gemini model selection. So we have a lot of Gemini model. How we select in this choice, right? So which one do you want to choose? And then the prompting strategy, how to properly prompt the Gemini models. And then the last one, we are talking about the design principle. This is more about how to apply this Gen AI to our business use case. Okay, so yeah, this is hopefully is benefit for like 50% 60% of you that is working in an environment and want to implement the Gen AI and Gemini in our workplace. First, let's talk about the model selection. Okay, just now I explained already that LLM or Gen AI actually is really what do you call it? High phase technology means the change is very fast, right? And all the new research, all new finding is always shaping how the LMS works in our current time. So that's why the best practice is actually owned by the researcher. You know, researcher is someone who research about the generative AI. There is no or very less best practice that is coming from the business. So that's why, because when we look at the how researchers thinks and how the business thing is actually is different. Research always talk about the models. They want to create the optimum model, the best model they have. So they evolve all the models, like always evolving, revolutionizing. So when they talk about when they talk about a model, they will think on an absolute model is always live in the lab, the computer lab, all the research lab. So that's the thinking of the researcher. When we put it in the business, that kind of thing is counterproductive. You get what I means why we care about which model is the optimum one. As long as you can meet my ROI, this is better user experience and it's reliable, then it's good for me, good for business. So this different kind of thinking we need to bridge. That's what we want to do for today. Okay, next. If we're talking about a business, we always talking about how to bring value to our business using our models. There is a two way we bring value to our business when we are talking about the generative AI. The first one is actually, or you want to use the Gemini to improve or optimize the products. So let's say it's like this. Can you give me an example in my organization? Actually, we have the chatbot already in our organizations, but we want to improve the capability. Okay, last time chatbot is always when you're talking something that they don't understand, they always say, no, I don't understand. We cannot find the data, right? So we want to integrate this chatbot capability using the generative AI so that the response may be better. So that's value that we bring from the generative AI in our organization by optimizing the product that we have already. That's number one. And then number two, you will transform the products. Means we completely creating a new way, a new functionality in our organizations. Now with the Gemini 1.5 Pro, right, with 1 million token windows means a lot of things. Let's say you want to have videos summarization. Okay, let's say you guys meet online at sometimes, right? And then you have a video, so slide everything. Imagine you can record all that recording. Record all that meeting, and then put it inside the Gemini model and creating a summarization. What you are talking about during that 1 hour or 2 hour meetings. It's it's possible using our new Gemini Pro 1.5. So yeah, other than we optimize the product that we have, we also transform the product to a new capability. Then this is the decision tree to think about which Gemini or yeah, other model that we want to choose. Maybe not all now is available, so you need to always refer to the our page which one is available. Okay, this model actually is based on the not only the functional criteria. Just now I mentioned about what is the requirement for your functional program, but also the capability. Sorry, the empirical benchmark. They call it the empirical benchmark. Like how long is the contents, how short, and then what is the output that you want to have. So this is the decision tree. I will not go deep on this. So yep, let's move on. By using that means what? Means the decision. decision to use a model actually from the business side can be multiple, right? You don't not restrict to only use once. You can choose which one do you want to use based on your criteria. Like we want to what is the design, UX, linguistic prompt consideration, blah blah blah. That's number one, means you can choose which language you want to, sorry, which model you want to implement to your organization. But also, you not only can choose, you can take all of them. In this scenario, we have the routing logic. Routing logic actually is when the prompt coming didn't depend on which business criteria do you want to define, they will route you to correct or the optimized models. So again, we are not limiting in one models. We can use all of them and we route the requests based on the business use case. It's cool. All right. So that's number two. And then the number three, other than your route, right, you can create a model for the routing itself based on the user behavior feedbacks, distribution of form and productions, and the cost of latency requirement. You can create a model. Means what? When we request coming, you run the models. We will choose which one of this model will be executed, and then they will have a feedback loop. Okay, this is more optimal. Then the classifier will train on that, and then the model can adjust. So that's the level three, means you are in the high level already. You no need to have people or yeah, the model itself can adjust which Gemini model you want to choose. Cool. That's the classification. Right, we'll continue on now to prompt strategy. Do you know what is prompt? Anyone want to answer what is prompt? Prompt is just, right. Prompt is the way we talk to our model, right? So actually, yeah, we are in this session we were talking about how we prompting the models. So key to remember, every LMS actually is a Unix, means sometimes it works in these models, but because it's evolving, right? The technology is always evolved. When we implement the new capability, a new model, it may need a little bit quick. So yeah, every LMS have this own strength and weakness. And yep, get ready to experience, because this is still a new field. Everybody um try to figure out how to make it optimized. So yep, get ready to do experiments, and this is a good place to start. If you start to building your Gen AI application, you don't know how to do a prompting, let's start from this first. This is some guidance that you can use for starting your applications. So let's talk about the prompt. Yeah, I just mentioned prompt actually is how we talk about the introduction given to the models. When we create this simple task, let's say you are opening a Gemini UI and then you want to ask something. Then you just chat, right? You just put the prompt there. What what is the meaning of life, or yeah, something like that, right? And then they will respond. If that's simple, you can no need to do tweaking on your prompt. Just ask the question and hopefully you will have the answer, hopefully. But the thing will be different if you're building the application in an enterprise or in the corporate environments. A lot of things need to be tweaked. Something like the tones. If you're creating a customer facing application, you don't want the customer chat with your chatbot, let's say, but the tone is like very not good or professional, right? You want it to present like as professional as you can. Or maybe when they greet, you have a special greet. Hello, good morning. Welcome to our Google, blah, 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 something like that. So then you need to have a, a better prompting on your prompt. Okay, this is the component of prompt. So a lot of things, right? So it's not only question and answer, it's a lot of things, but the one that I highlight there is the most important. You need to have the persona, and then you need to have the goal. The persona will determines uh what tone or which area they will look into, bring the context. In this example, the persona is a travel blogger. So let's say this is the application to ask about what is the recommendation when we travel in certain locations, right? So you put the persona as someone that is seasonal travel blogger. So then the model will knows and think like it. And then the goal, you need to create the iteration. And all of that, the contents, instruction tones is depend on your requirement. If you need to have spatial output, then you put the format iterary is to blah 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 column blah blah like this, or do you want to make it as JSON, you want to make it I don't know, other format. So yeah, then you need to put. If not, then just leave it. Don't forget only for the persona and go. Cool. Next, let's talk about uh yep, the first tips, simplify, of course. So okay, like this is the script, sorry, this is the prompt to get the certain item, certain entity inside conversation script. So just ask like this: you are the functional expert, blah blah blah. Put a JSON, and then you will have the output there. No need to do a fancy something. Simplify. More simplify is better. And take a look at the temperature there. The temperature for this format actually is 0.1. Later on, I will talk about the temperature in the next tips. So when you put this temperature 0.1, this is the output that you will get. Number two, give clear and specific instruction. See, when you put the red color one, summarize the meeting notes. That is, yes, simple, but that's maybe not the output that you want, right? If the better version, if you use the better version, summarize meeting notes, blah blah blah, list or the next step action, then you will have the output that you really intended want to do, really intended what to have. So yep, simple is better, but if you want to have a complete output that you want, explain it. Give the clear instruction and specific. Tips number three. Oh no, this is example. Okay, what is this? Yeah, this is actual customer prompt. Okay, this is getting from the Google customer when their customer want to have a prompt example to generating call action based on the product description. So on the left hand side is verbose, right? It means lot of thing and yep, not really clear. So we're still thinking about the clear and specific instruction. What happened is the response also longer than we expected. When we move, when we rewrite the prompt on the right hand side, it's much more better. It's much more better. So because the instruction is straightforward, the output is already put it inside. Means your response will be much more better. Okay, cool. Then next, adopt the persona as mentioned. By using a persona means you're driving the output and the response from the modules based on that persona that you define. So yep, just add the personas as always. Okay, cool. Then yeah, sometimes I a bit faster, yeah, because it's quite a lot of tips, so it's okay. Number four, limit the short preamble. Preamble is the beginning. So in this example, actually is an example of customer prom also. They are migrating from the text Bison to Gemini. In text Bison, because it's the previous generation of Gen AI, it still need a verbose explanation to do some simple things. So that's why when we migrate this text Bison to new Gemini, there will be a problem. In the right hand side, this is a better prompt. You need to make it more simple, and step by step is just nice. It's clear and nice. Okay, then I move on to the next tips. Check the safety and safety filter, because we don't want, when we have the chatbot that is facing the customer, the response is not safe kind of things, right? So we need to have this safety feature. The safety feature in default, the Gemini model, they put it more higher than the average customer needs. So you need to adjust it. To adjust, actually, if you're using the Vertex AI, we have a 3 step there: 1, 2, and 3. So it's easy to adjust. And there is a multiple value. Which one do you want to adjust? Okay. Experiment with temperature, as I mentioned earlier. So temperature, you guys know what is temperature is? Not the temperature of this room, lah. Temperature is the degree of randomness of your response. So if you want the response to be more uh, higher temperature, is to be more creative, then you put the higher temperature. Lower temperature, if you want to creating some kind of codes or something that is factual task, so use it on a lower temperature. This is the same example in the tips number 1. Hopefully you still remember, right? So the temperature now, we put it at 0.7. Just now it's 0.1. In 0.7, the result is much more closer that we want to have. So play around with temperature. Maybe the output that you need actually can be adjusted by adjusting the temperature. Okay. So, what is the number of example that's really good enough? So imagine you creating a prompt, you create the examples, right? Sometimes less or even one example in here is only have one example. The degree of JSON format is higher, means it's more, the output is more higher, is more better. So try to limit the example, maybe 1 or 3 example will do. Okay, let's talk about the next tips is limit the negative example. Okay, so it's better say what to do on instead of talking about what not to do. It's very humans, right? Don't open the door. Yeah, you open the door anyway. So anyway, yeah, use that analogy when you're creating a prompt. Limit the negative instruction. Use the much better is explain what to do. But what I'm talking here is not just remove everything negative instruction. Yeah, you still have 1 or 2, maybe few of it, but not too much. Try to limit it, so then your output can be better. So, okay, this is good already. This is the example when you have prompt with so many negative examples, right? Then the result, you don't have anything, because the example everything is I do not have this information, blah 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 blah. So you talk everything, this is the output. So the better version is in this right hand side. You can still have a few negative prompt, but try to limit it. Okay. Tips number 9, the next tips. Try to use prompt separator. What it means? It means you spray lah. If you have a sample, put it as sample, and then the document is over there. By using this, right, not only the machine or the model will understand better, but you also, when you look back on your prompt, you know what is this part of talking about. This is talking about the example, instruction, document, and everything. So and but tag, the XML tag is good like this. This is data order, and then you have the nested tag. But not only XML, you can use Markdown, you can use HTML, anything. So HTML is also XML actually. So by the way, use any tag that you can creating the prompt. yeah, to have a very good example. Let's talk about Gemini 1.5. In Gemini 1.5, we have 1 million token that we can utilize. By this million tokens, right, means you can put everything inside your prompts. For that, you need to really structure your context. Okay, so let's say we have the customer support to answer the customer question based on the document. Okay, this is talking about the customer support that talking about asking about some specific document. You can put all the document inside the prompts. So you read the document, you retrieve the data, you dump into the prompt, and then you send it together to your to your Gemini model. And yep, again, use the XML tag to differentiate which part of thing is in your prompt. Next, location of the instruction is near the input. Sorry, location of the instruction and user input is matter. So where you put your instruction, where you put your document, the user input is matter. Try to push user input on the top of your prompt, and then the instruction is very bottom. Okay, this makes sense also. So blah 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 blah. You asking something. Okay. If you put the asking question, your instruction on the top, then the module sometimes be confused with the data input. So make it in the bottom of it. All right. I don't know how many of you know about the needle in the haystack evaluation. The thing is actually this is to evaluate if you have a models, Gemini models. How fast is it to find specific data in the specific documents? So this is the the test lah. By from the what do you call it? Customer input actually by doing the prompting and they call it the tokenizer means your how you change your data to tokenizer actually is important when you do that specific task. So if you work with that business use case, find something in your document, your prompting actually is very important. Tips number no, it's not tips, it's extra priming. So there is a way to prime Gemini to have a better response. The first one is asking the Gemini to thinking out aloud. You get what I mean, right? So like the number one, provide the summarizing of the response. So you ask them what kind of thing of the application, of the model itself do. So you can put it there. And then second, asking Gemini to answer only the application. So answer only when the relevant text is there. This is important because if not, they will hallucinating kind of things. You know, hallucinations, right? So they just think something that is not there. So you need to put only find the answer if you have the data. Next, finally, ask the Gemini to read the document carefully. So sometimes by put this prompt that read and understand the query and the document means your output may have better because they have a point of reference for the response. Okay, so some of the guidelines. Just now we talking about limit your preamble in 2 and 3 sentence. And yep, example is 1.2, set the temperature, the first temperature, put it at 1.5, and then you just adjust up and down. Always add the instruction and do not repeat instruction multiple times. Use the XML text, experiment with the trigger word. Sometimes use the correct words in your prompt may have a better result for your response. Okay, let's go next. This is study case. The study case actually is some of the Google customer, they want to migrate the text Bison prompt to the Gemini AI. So yeah, this query actually is rewriting a task when the user create a query and then they put it into the model, they will rewrite this query into the specific output that they want. First, yep, the preamble is simple, not too much, not too long, not to repeat not to repeating all the data. limit the example to one or two, and then remove the repetition instructions. And yeah, lastly, move the instruction close to the end of the prompt. So this is the case study. Okay, from here we know that actually the key for us to create a better prompt is experiment and evaluations. You experiment with things that you know, you tweak some of the prompts, and then you evaluate. Is it good? Is it bad? Something. So yeah, automate the feedback for the engine uh, using the Vertex AI or using your human feedbacks. So by that, actually, we have the automatic metric in the Vertex AI, auto side by side, and the last is rapid evaluation SDK. I think the rapid evaluation SDK is the latest addition in our Vertex AI. Hmm. Okay, so here is the prompt break best practice, and yeah, some of prompt gallery. You can scan it. These two things. So yeah, from this explanations, right? When we're creating a prompt, actually, okay, like put it like this. Remember when you are in the school or in college, you need to create a essay, right? Writing essay. So the instruction or instructor or your teacher is always tell you you must create a very good essay. Then they teach you how to do. The first what they taught you guys, make your essay simple and understandable. The same like the prompt. If your prompt is too much and repetitive, the model is confused. Same also when you're creating the essay, but it's not simple enough. Means yeah, it's not good for the module. So that's number one. And then number two, you need to structure your writings. Right? You have a beginning, you have a body, you have a closing. All right, when you're creating an essay, you cannot just put the closing on the top and then the beginning is on the next. No, cannot. We have a structure. Prompt also need to have a structure. Just now we mentioned we have a component of the prompts where to put the structure actually is impacting how the result when you put it in the Gemini models. Last, don't use negative sentence. I still remember my teacher saying, don't use negative sentence much in your essay. Use the positive instead. So, yep, it's the same also in the prompt. Try to limit not to use the negative sentence. Try to use a positive. Okay, I don't see any pun, so I took it as good. Next, we still have prompt design principle. All right, what is this? Okay, as I mentioned earlier also, why prompting in LMS looks like how we do in our essay actually is intended one. Because why? We building the Gemini AI is as close as possible with the natural language. With the natural language that we use every day lah. So if you look at the whole timeline here, actually, a not long time ago, when the first wave of promptable LMS coming, actually the prompt right is still a tweak on the what do you call it? Yeah, a tweak on the pre-training data. So it's not really prompting; it's just tweaking. And now by the next generation of Gemini AI, the prompting is close to our how we as a what do you call it, as a human or as a human talk to each other in the natural language. So that's what the dream or what why we have this in our Gemini. So the guiding principle here, we are talking about the the language conversation. We call it the conversation design process. Imagine it's like this: you are working with a consulting company, let's say lah, and then your customer asks you to create a chatbot. I want to create a chatbot to ordering a food. Actually, in the left hand side, the flow is quite straightforward, right? When the customer call, you order food. Okay, This is the food that I want to order. Next, the delivery instructions. Okay, this is the delivery instruction. Please send the food in this location, blah, 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 blah. Next, payment. Okay, do you want to have, this is a much amount of money you want to pay? Okay, I want to pay. Done, right? But imagine creating a chatbot using this flow. Actually, it's not that simple. They call it the, so where is it at? Okay, like this. They call it a taxonomy. So when you order your foods, depend on what food you order, the flow of conversation will be different, right? Let's say, okay, hello, I want to buy a pasta. Then the flow will be the chatbot. Next question is, do you want to have what sauce? What sauce do you want to have for your pasta? And then next, do you need to have anything else? Then repeat. But imagine if the customer they want pizza, they will go to the different road already. You get what I mean, right? So that's what the things where the designing the differentiation is really how many taxonomy they call it taxonomy you have. Then you will have a different road. Imagine to create that in your chatbots before the Gemini. Quite a lot of if else branching, blah blah blah. Not simple. So yep, that's how the conversation design need to be. There is a two flow based on the taxonomy food available, and using that to decide which agent to want to choose. Do you want to go to left hand side or to the right hand side? So we want to extend the approach for conversational design principle using a linguistics taxonomy. So the left hand side is actually is the linguistics taxonomy that we have. Sorry, the left hand side actually is the conversational design principle that we have, conversational flow, assessment handling. This is a way we design the conversation. We want to augment it. We want to make it better. So instead of conversational flow, we put it as a change of thought on plannings, change of thought on plannings. And then the exception handling, instead of we wait, the exception handling is on the post prompt. So when we do the process, and then if something bad happen, then we have a processing to exception handling. We want to in include the guardrail inside the prompt. So that's why we have the safety and yeah, the safety things there. All right. So yeah, please to note that this principle is not only for the conversational application. So if you're creating a Gen AI, not only applicable for chatbot, let's say, you can create anything else than a chatbot. In fact, let's start by doing this. Imagine again, you are a working in a consultant company, and your client want to build. They call it the procurement contract analysis. You know procurements, right? Sometimes we work in big organization. They want to create building a project, a new project. They will procure for some other company to be a supplier. Let's say like you want to building a house, and then you ask other company to be a supplier for your material and the labor and everything. So that's the requirement. We want to have the compliant analyst, supplier risk, and termination clause. Compliant is the whole compliance lah. If your project is compliant with all the things or not. Supplier, you need to choose your supplier, right? So this is how we can choose it. And termination, if the project is done, is terminate or yeah, it's really done, then how you handle it. So let's say we have this application. This is can we use the Gen AI to build it? Actually, yeah. There's a three-way or three-step that you can do. The first step, this is the basic approach, just another multi-turn right. So you put everything inside this models one. So first you have the application logic, and then you get all the document, put it into this document retrieval, and dump everything into this from this model. So you will have a very big prompt with all the document and all the step for each of, they call it what, customer journey. Okay, this is the first approach. But this is, yep, it's complex. It's hard to do a lot of things, and it's hard to uh, what do you call it? Expand. You got what I mean, right? it's hard to explain. So we not really use this kind of approach. So then next we try to use, we need to apply the conversation design principle just now we are talking about to identify the user journey. Let's say we have these three user journey. First, we try to analyze the overall compliance. Then we analyze the supplier risk. Next is termination. So this is a typical user journey. Actually, the compliance analysis, we can split even more. The detail analysis and then the summarize. So it depends on which user are you, or you are the one who dumping all the document and everything to creating the complete, the detailed analysis. Then you are using this module for your detailed analysis. And then you have a summary, supplier risk. Okay, the supplier risk is what do you call it? Loop, right? Because you not only check one supplier, you get what I mean, right? Sometimes, okay, I try to use this supplier, and what is the output? After that, we try to another supplier. What is the output? So it's a looping models, and then termination. We go back to the top. So okay, how to design this in much better way using a prompt design principle. We break up the solution into a smaller things. This is sometime, right, when we're talking about technology, we are influencing each other. Me as a microservice developer and the cloud technology, actually, this is something that I do it every day. We, you know, microservice actually, when we have a big functionality of applications, right, to make it better, actually, you need to chop it into a small single functional design based on the functional requirement. It's the same also. Instead of you creating a very big prompt and put everything inside, you can split it up. Okay, and each of the module actually can have a different model. Let's say from the detail compliance, you use the Gemini Pro 1.5 because it's in detail. A lot of document is coming in, so you need to have a very big and powerful modules. And then second, to summarize the things, no need to have a Gemini text unicorn is good enough. So that's why when you do summarization, you can create a different module, use the output from your detail analysis, goes to the summarize. And then uh, document retrieval. So we are talking about the supplier risk. First, we need to retrieve all the supplier document, dump everything to your document retrieval and then put it into the supplier risk. It's not too big, and because we need to have a multiple process looping, so we use Gemini Pro 1.0. Why? Because it's cheaper. Actually, it's the same capability, but it's much more cheaper than 1.5. Next, the last one is how the termination extraction. We use the fine-tune Gemma. So when the request coming from the front end, you have the service logic to route them in the correct modules. Cool. All right. Okay, makes sense. Yep, my last slide. All in all, finally, move from academic mindset to from the generic benchmark to the business mindset. Let's say just now I mentioned this is how to implement to adopt the generative AI in our business, in our work. We need to move the mindsets. No element rule them all. So sometimes some model is good to have a certain for the certain scenario, another is for the rest. And then use the uh prompt engineering to better prompt your applications. And sometimes the prompt engineering has a limit, so you need to tweak it out. That's how the engineering is all about, right? You try to make it work. So yep, that's all I have. So thank you for coming. And again, this is my LinkedIn profile if you want to connect with me. And do I have any question for you guys? Yep.
So how do you know when the model is being trained up? So for example, if you want to ask the model to not answer anything that they don't know. So how do you because there's no unit test or there's no testing, how do you know the model is trained enough so that it's ready for production?
Okay, how we know that the module is good enough? Okay, so before you go to the production, actually you are creating the prompt engineering, blah, 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 everything good. So you need to test it. Just now I mentioned there is a two-way you can evaluate your model. The first is using an automatic evaluation from the Vertex AI. We have the evaluation API. So no, evaluation SDK. So you can run it and see the result. Number one. Number two, you do manual evaluation. So you run certain input, and then you need to have the output to later on to compare lah. So this is the intended output I want from these models, and then you run it, and then you compare by manual, means by the human lah. Okay, so that's how you evaluate. Once you good enough with that, it means you can put it into production to go live. Okay, hopefully it's answering your question.
Does that mean the model is a lot then? Because you have to evaluate like many things.
Yes, same like unit testing, not unit testing. What do you call it? Functional testing also, the tester. They have a lot of test script, right? It's the same also. So you can have a lot of what do you call it? Output script kind of, and then you run it one by one. So that's what we call it, the manual evaluation. Yeah. Okay. Yes. This slide actually is belong to the Google. So later on, if the Google allow us, I can explain. But if you follow me, I can give you the what do you call it, the summarize of this slide. So that's why I follow like. No.
Okay. Can you show us tip 5 and 6 again? I just missed them.
Sorry, coming in.
Show us tip 5 and 6 again. I just
5 and 6. Okay, 5 and 6. Let's see which one is 5. This one is not 5. This is 5. It's a safety filter. Okay, and then this is 6. Experiment with the temperature. Yep.
That's in the Vertex AI exchange.
Yes. So that's temperature that I'm talking about. Okay, cool. So I think I passed the time already. So thank you for having me, and back to our organizer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bagus, for that comprehensive and interesting session on Vertex AI. So now we will take a break, but we will be streaming the track 1 session, so you guys can stay, and the break will be at 12 p.m. So you are welcome to stay, or if you want to go upstairs also can, but we will live stream here. So that's all. Thank you. Enjoy your break. Yes.
Normally, what does the decision have for Quickstart?
Oh, for me, I usually pop for the next building to the left, because
To the left?
yeah, because there's 5 ringgit per entry parking.
Oh, okay. Oh, what's the name of the tower that you park?
Celian, I tak ingat because
cardiovascular parking.
Oh,
this one is 20 ringgit. Yeah, because I got ballot.
oh
Because didn't have space already.
oh because if you win in Malaysia, right, you will to say it's just
Okay,
next of this building.
here is Akshata, right? Okay, so I go straight.
You are from
I'm
where?
from like the KL Central.
Oh, you're from KL Central.
With any other options?
If you can go around the building, right,
Okay.
and then you will you know, okay, this is Aziata, this is KL Central, and then this is the road, right? And then you go around, and then before, just right before the Aziata, there's a parking entrance.
Like CDC, those kind of. I forget the name, like three alphabets, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, okay,
I don't remember, but the you know the parking.
It's not obvious.
It is
It's
obvious.
obvious.
Yes.
The parking is what?
Huh?
The parking is what?
It's obvious lah. Yeah, yeah. It's RM5 per entry.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, remember to embrace the essence. It was perfect. I don't know if
Thank you.
Once you turn off the machine, you turn it on again, all things are gone. While for, let's say, I think if I'm not wrong, Redis does have persistent mode. You can do that, but then I think in the documentation, they will clearly say Redis will slow down once you do that. To answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? All good? Okay. Okay, next part. So I have a quick code base written with Golang. So with regards to this, so so in general, you would normally know how to use it, but this is mostly done so that we can do properly do the exercise later. We can properly show that with that same code base, with the same Redis library, we can interact with our fake Redis implementation that I'll be showing later. So if you want, you can take a look at the code base. Nothing much. Let me quickly show it. Okay, I'll give another few seconds. Okay, all good. All good? Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where? Give me a moment. Let me go to that place. Web basic Redis. Okay, if you click on that link just now, or you scan the link just now, it will bring you to this GitHub page. And it's basically a few simple things. Like, let's say, even if you are not that familiar with Go, let me quickly explain to you how this code kind of does it. So we're importing the Redis library. On top bit from line 19 to 24, that is a set command. We are doing a set. Line 26 to 27, we are just doing a ping. And then line 29 to 33, we are doing a get. So just basically that. So let me quickly run it just to show that this code works with actual Redis. So let's go back here. I'll leave the Redis on. Let me quit the telnet session. Okay, let me go to the other page. Okay, CD web, basic Redis. Okay, what I'm going to do is just simply to run it. And it will produce. Oh, okay. Sorry. Wrong port. Give me a moment. Let me change that. Basic Redis. Okay. Clear this. And then we're just simply going to run the script. Nothing too crazy. This is kind of the output. So whatever fake implementation that we're going to do, when we run this same main Go script, it should produce the same output. But okay, let's take a step back, and then first things first, when we build our fake implementation, we will need to also connect it via telnet to prove that the whole thing is working as expected. So yeah, let me go back to the slides. Okay, so there's a few things that we're going to replicate here. So now we know a few things about Redis. So for Redis, the Redis, what we communicate with it is just plain old text strings. So we just send text like a ping, that text in textual format, plain string format. We send it over, and it will respond accordingly, based on all the Redis command, that Redis commands page. And in order for us to get the main.go working, we'll need to implement this set of commands: ping command, get command, set command. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go through how we can implement it in Go, responding to ping, etc. So this is for responding to a ping command via Golang for when we are building our fixed server. This is kind of what we need to implement. Okay, let me quickly show one thing. So for each of the programming languages, I guess I didn't cover this in the slides, but I think this is kind of important to cover. For each of the programming languages, instead of dealing with the usual client server thing, we are technically building something from scratch. So we actually will be communicating with a socket. And where was that socket? Let me see, where is the socket here? So for Golang, this is kind of how you will start the socket here. Net.listen. I'm not sure about other programming languages. Other programming languages have their own particular ways on how to deal with socket. But for Golang, this is the one primary line. You set that up. Basically, it opens up a socket there. A TCP connection. It will accept TCP connections, and it will be opened up on port 9999. Then from there, we will interact with the socket by reading off and on it. Because we're not dealing with bytes, it's way easier. We can just accept it as plain string, convert the bytes out of that, whatever that's coming through that connection to string, and then parse it. And that's where we will lead back to the slides just now, where I just if the command is equal to ping or whatever. So essentially, whatever thing that we accept from the command, we just run this command, run this scanner.txt to just retrieve it. Basically, it's kind of standard in a sense. For Golang, this is kind of the way to do it. Other languages have their own particular ways of how to read stuff from off the socket. So this is step one, in a sense. Once you have all these steps, essentially now you're accepting some sort of input, and you can parse the input and build off your server off that. Any questions so far? All good? Okay, yeah. So the TLDR of all that, use a socket to retrieve your inputs, your incoming inputs. Okay, so once you have your input, what do you do with it? First things first, your input will be coming in as string. And essentially, what I did here was I put the first item of that string. Like I'll break up that string into multiple bits, into multiple pieces via the split command, via split by space. And then the first one will usually be the command. So like just now when I use the word set, set is the first thing, first word in that line. So that's usually the case. So in this case, I set that as the name, as the command that we'll be dealing with. So for ping, it's kind of easy. We just when we receive the command ping, reply Fong. That's not too major. For set, it's a bit complicated. If you check the Redis commands, you see this whole line of things that that can be provided to the set command on official Redis. It seems a bit too complicated. Just now when I was showing you the set command, I just showed like three items only: set, xxx, 12. Technically, that's enough to get things going. For our implementation here, I'm not too bothered to implement the rest. So I'm going to cheat my way through. I'm just going to ignore all arguments that come after that. And then, yeah, so I'm going to just follow what the Golang library kind of wants. So for the Redis set command, what they only wanted was key value, technically expiration, but then in our code, we can just ignore it in a sense. That's just to make our simple fake Redis easier to implement. So with that, with set command, we'll just say that if the number of inputs is less than 2, that's no go. We'll return an error. If input is more than 3, we just say that we'll ignore the third one, and that's kind of how we put it in. So and then as with Redis, we just reply with plus OK. That's for set. Not too major. And then for get, kind of the same ish. It's also it's also a simple command, so nothing too major here. So for get, we only expect one argument, which is the key that we are going to get, and then we'll just return that key, and that's about it. One thing that we need to take note here is let me go back to the Redis telnet. Where are you? Here you go. So for Redis, is it telnet? No, I'll just run telnet here. Telnet localhost 6379. So for Redis, when we run a get command, we realize that it returns two things. First, it returns $2. So what that $2 essentially what it means is the length of whatever item that's going to come next. And then 12. So as an example, let's say if I set YYY as something like this, then if you get YYY, we'll get the corresponding output as so. So the length of the incoming string is 15. So we need to implement that as well, because apparently what we'll be interacting with is the Redis client. We're creating a fake server. This official Redis client will be interacting with. We need to try to match the expected output as much as possible. So that's that. So combining all that, we can now have kind of a fake simple Redis implementation that does a ping get set minimally, and that's kind of sufficient for a very minimal Redis server. Let me quickly do that. Okay, let me build this first. Go build -o. And then let's run the server. Okay, now we have our Redis server running, our quick Redis server running. So instead of interacting with our actual Redis server, our official Redis server, now we interact with a fake Redis server, the one that we just implemented here. Oh, okay. I guess I forgot to share the link. So in case if you want to check the code base before we continue on with demo, you can scan the code here, scan the QR code here, and then you can see and follow along and see how the code kind of works, how ping get and set functions are put into this fake Redis server. It's written in Golang, so feel free to rewrite it in your own programming language of choice. I think most programming languages have that same mechanism, like sockets and everything. So yeah. Okay, all good. Okay, let's go back. So based on the code that you see here on GitHub, I've run it already. I rebuilt the Golang binary and run it. So let's try to communicate with it. Telnet, localhost, and then in the code base, over here, in the socket connection is 9999. We'll connect to port 9999. And then, okay, so far so good. We are connecting with something. Let's ping it. Receive a pong. Very good. So that's step one. Next step is, can we put a variable and ask it to store something? Set ttt 12. Yeah, okay. Then the next important one is, can we get our ttt back? Okay, so it works. We have a fake implementation of Redis with that whatever code base that you scan the QR code just now. So feel free to take that code, run it, but don't run it on production, please. Your boss will kill you for sure. Okay. Okay, next step. Now what we want is to connect our Golang application to that said fake Redis server. So how will that fare? So I'll leave this running. I'll leave the Redis server running. So it's getting some. I just printing out whatever commands that's coming in. So let's go to our. Is it this one? Let me see. Okay, this one. This is where we were having our main.go Redis client file, which does the set, ping, and get. Let's try to run it. Oh, sorry. I put it to the wrong server. Let me try again. So just now, the code is 6379. Let me switch over. Mind you, for this one, I am using the official Redis client. So no Golang interfaces or whatever. So it's using the same Redis official Redis client to interact with that fake Redis implementation. So that's why making sure that the outputs is the same is very important here. Okay, let me save this and let me rerun it. I expect it to fail. Okay, so why is it failing? Okay, I don't know why the output's not coming out. Hold on. Let me clear this. Let me try again. Okay, hold on. I expected some logs to come out, but apparently it's not coming out. Okay, yeah, okay, this is what I expected. I don't know why it's not coming out just now. So, firstly, we are receiving IO timeout. So what's the reason for that? So the first thing first is if we have the logs properly come out, which it was weird that it wasn't. The first thing that we'll see is it's sending a hello command, and we don't have hello. So now we have to implement a hello. But how does hello work? If you check the documentation, it will just say it will print out a map of array or something of values, and that's too complicated to think about. So what we're going to do is we're going to bash our way through. We just say telnet localhost. Okay, let me clear this. Clear telnet localhost to our official Redis server. Redis server, please say what happens when I run this command hello tree, which is the one that we receive. Hello and tree. Okay, a bit of explanation for whatever that's here. Asterisk 2 essentially means how many items in a list you'll be the server will be receiving. Then $5 will be this will be the length of string that will be sent over, and then hello will be the actual thing that you need to process. So this kind of how the Redis client is sending over. So all we need to do is we just take the hello and we just take the tree, and that's what is we need to process here. So for the official Redis server, let's send a hello tree, and this is what we need to implement in a sense. And it looks like a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to go over like the details of it. Essentially, what it returns is 7 items with a bunch of all key of stuff that kind of makes sense at the same time doesn't. So all I wanted to do is just have my fake Redis server working. So I basically just take this output and simply copy it into the Redis our fake implementation. So if you see the hello.go enable hello command, this is basically kind of it. Like everything I just put as string, just print it out. I'm pretty sure those things mean something to the Redis client, but for now, since we are not implementing a good Redis, a good fake Redis, this should be enough to get things working. Another thing that we will need to take note, if you go back to the logs, we will notice that it's passing in things one at a time. So just now, all this while when using telnet, I'm just like typing something like this. Okay, let me bring this up. It telnet. Oh wait, hold on. Let me bring this up first. Okay, telnet. Okay, what we usually been doing all this while was something like this: set xxx 999, something like this. But how the Redis client actually does it is, we are going to send a set command. So we are going to do a $3 first, and then you see that Redis, the official Redis doesn't send back anything. So it's actually expecting 3 incoming inputs. So we'll need to do a $3 set, then $2 XX, and then $3 999, something like that. This is what the Redis client is actually sending. So our fake Redis implementation also have to take into account this. We have to implement this. I'm not sure, but this totally feels like computer science assignment, and it brings back nightmares. So yeah, then we get the okay. So we need to implement this as well. So that's why the code suddenly get a bit more complex. So that whole complexity is all in above here. I just call it an broken up commands. And in order to do the demo today, and in order to show this point, I put it behind a bool to enable or disable that feature. But all these details are all here. So feel free to parse and analyze the code, or you want to follow the advice of all our previous speaker, you can use Gemini, go and talk to it. Okay. So with that, I'm just going to enable this now. Let's say if we implemented it properly, we implemented the hello command. We implemented the broken up command. So basically, it's sending, instead of sending like hello tree in one string, it sends things one at a time. So once we implemented those, let me rebuild this. Quit. Go build. Quit. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have run quit. Go build. And then let's run the server. Okay, server is running with the feature enabled. Now let's go back here to our Redis. Let me clear this. So with those two particular problems out of the way, now technically this should work. Okay. Okay, so it works. With that, our fake Redis implementation actually works. Actually, I just got it working last night, so yeah, I will applaud myself. Okay. Yeah. Any questions so far? All good. So what we have in that fake Redis implementation is now 4 commands. Get, set, ping, and hello. If you do get interested with this topic, you can proceed on to try out all the different other commands. I think there are some commands that might be interesting to look at, like lrange, mset, etc., etc. Those are way more complicated to implement. It's not sufficient. I mean, it's too complicated to show in a demo like today. But if you want to like find out how you can go ahead with it, you can go and try to implement all those stuff out. Oh yeah, and did the hello command when we initially had the issue with it. So yep, let me skip that. Okay. What is this about? Okay, never mind. So a few things to take away from that is this Redis thing is one project that we can potentially do up. But what other possible projects to try out after this? So if you're just going to continue on with this Redis path and try to explore, how can you get like what are the other things that you can implement? So one of the other things is clustering. So as what we just now mentioned, Redis cluster is not a perfect solution. Maybe you think that you have a better solution out there. You can try to implement that. One of the things that you will definitely need to take a look at is the RAF protocol. RAF is in things like etcd, etc. You might want to see how those are implemented. Then maybe you can take all those libraries and implement it as well. And another thing that might be worth checking out is, let's say for Redis, initially Redis, everything is put into memory. Maybe you don't like that idea. You want your data to be persistent. You don't want to lose the data all the time. You can take a look at how you can store stuff. Even just now, the current the implementation in the fake Redis is also a very, very bad implementation. I used normal maps. I think, yeah, normal lists and map, and that is definitely an issue. Map is not concurrent, so if I happen to run it properly, if I have multiple Go routines calling into it, they will start to step over each other, and more issues will come up. And then if you try to run the data racer over on top of it, the Golang tooling will just say you have a potential data race issue, and the data race issue is definitely not one thing you want to have for a data product. which this is. So that's for the tool for the bottom bit. Other things that you might want to take a look at, let's say Redis is too easy. I want to see what else out there. There is the Postgres SQL protocol. Essentially what you are sending over is bytes, and the bytes will contain commands on how to interact or how a query is to be interacted with on the server. So you can take a look at that. It's really, really complicated. And I thought like I could like take a look at it and maybe try to describe it in an easier way, but yeah, there's pages of documentation for it. The thing is, I'm thinking that maybe AlloyDB, which is done by Google Cloud, maybe is using that. Maybe they are rolling out their own Postgres. They rebuilt the whole Postgres protocol, but the thing is, I won't know. Maybe a Googler will know, but I don't see any Googlers here. No Googlers. Okay. Then another potential project that if you want to take a look at, build your own HTTP client and interact with the HTTP server without using the programming languages HTTP client. Like use plain socket text to send over. So these are the references to all the stuff that I've been mentioning just now. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay. Any questions? All good? Oh, okay.
What kind of concurrency methods did you use to implement a fake, more like concurrent fake Redis in Golang?
Okay, what kind of concurrency patterns you would want to you could implement in a fake Redis?
Does it support concurrency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. So normal maps in Golang doesn't support. There is a concurrent map in Golang. It's a library in the core Golang library. You can potentially use that. Another way is you go the old way of doing things. You lock. Yeah, channels is the official way of doing it. The old way of doing things will be to lock things. You write you write the thing and then you unlock it or something. That's also another way. The official way that a lot of the coding people say is channels. Yeah. Any other questions? Or want to go for lunch really? Oh, okay. Okay. What's your next question?
This is a bit more to your DevOps role right now. Would you ever run a Redis instance in a sidecar container now that Kubernetes supports sidecar containers in 1.28?
No, I will not run it in a sidecar. I will run it as its own separate service.
So using an operator?
Yeah, potentially using an operator, but I haven't seen great like the operators keep coming and going, so that's a bit sad. I haven't seen a really, really good one. I think Bitnami could be the Bitnami Redis Helm chart operator could be a potential good target, but yeah, we can talk more after this. Yeah. Any further questions? Oh.
Just something aside, you know how to write tests for
How to run tests for concurrent code? That's a very good question. I don't have a particular good answer for that, because even now, my current company, they had a data race issue, and the data race issue happens like one every 100 times. So concurrency is really, really hard to reason about with. Basically, one of the things like maybe run the thing for quite a long time. Like some bigger companies, what they do is a soak test to see like as a long time goes, to see whether your data is still as expected. That could be one way. Golang's data race tool is definitely one tool that you can try to check out. Another way is, yeah, not like I don't have a very, very good answer. Yeah, these are the two approaches that I would know of. Any other questions? All ready for lunch? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Hairizuan, for the sharing about Redis. Unfortunately, it's not lunchtime yet because there has been some delay in our lunch delivery. So we will be having lunch at 1 p.m. So during this time slot, we will have Amrita right here to share about large language model in BigQuery. She is our technical project manager in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia and Singapore, Google. Yep. So with that, we will welcome her for this session before our lunch here. Stay with us. Yeah, you share screen, right?
Yeah, I've shared already. I think it's showing up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, hello, everyone. So thank you for joining us today. And are you all still good, or are you hungry already? Sorry about that. I'm hoping that my talk would do the magic and the food would arrive sooner. And I'll try to keep you all entertained meanwhile while waiting for our food. So our food would arrive by 12-ish, so hopefully not by 1. So don't worry about that. So we'll try to make sure that it arrives by 12:30 latest. But till then, I hope all of you are still okay to go through this. Yeah? Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, thanks again, Sammy, for the introduction. I'm Amrita. I manage our communities in Singapore and Malaysia. So I'm also a technical project manager for our Southeast Asia developer programs at Google. So before I get started, quick question. How many of you are here joining our GDG Cloud event for the first time? Show of hands. Okay, cool. And how many of you are hearing about Gemini and all for the first time? So I know we've had a couple of sessions before this as well, and some of our speakers have already talked about Gemini. So anyone hearing the term Gemini for the first time? Okay, great. Good to know that. Okay. All right. So for today's session, I would be talking about using large language models in BigQuery and how it can help you with your data journey. As you know, for instance, if you're a data engineer or you're working in the data ops for part of the work and all. So the last time we had a session over here, I had a quick question. How many of you here are data engineers? And last time I asked this, I didn't have anyone in the room. So today, do we have any data engineers here? Show of hands. Okay, no worries. Yeah, so for today's session, it's going to be relevant to most of you here if you're working with data in general. So even if you're a data engineer or data scientist or analyst, regardless, it would be hopefully it would be beneficial for all of you. So I'll be walking through how you could use BigQuery, even if you're someone with only some SQL background, if you haven't done traditional ML engineering techniques before, but you would like to jump into it. So I'll be covering how you could use BigQuery to potentially start working on the ML application, even if you've only worked on SQL before this. Okay, so yeah. So these are some things that we'll be covering today. So I'll be covering a little on Gen AI and BigQuery, and we'll talk about how BigQuery is this unified data platform for us now, and all the new features that we have with Gemini and BigQuery brought together, right? So the integration of Gemini and BigQuery. And we'll also be talking a little about the vector embedding generation and also vector search. And I'll quickly run through a use case used by one of our customers, Unilever, on how they use the BigQuery platform with GenAI. Okay. So I know now all of us are, super excited about the entire thing of the AI era, right? So at Google, we call it the Gemini era now, because right now we have Gemini integrated in pretty much all different products that we have, whether it's like the consumer products or, in general, like for instance, like Android or search and so on, right? Or if you're using developer products as well. So now pretty much everything has Gemini integrated in it as well, right? So quick question, how many of you feel that, Gemini or AI has already become a part of your lives already? Show of hands. Okay, so fun fact, for the rest of you who didn't raise your hand, right? Sorry to break this to you, but I'm pretty sure Gemini is already a part of your life. So how many of you use Gmail, for instance? Can I see a show of hands? Okay. And okay, if you're using Gmail, when you type out your email, like when you draft it, do you notice the suggestions that are provided to you to complete your sentences? Yeah, so that's how AI is being integrated, right? To support you with your daily tasks. For instance, writing emails, it can be a bit tedious, and sometimes it takes up a lot of time, right? And with all these suggestions, it sort of helps us write faster. And how many of you have already started using Gemini to like ask questions and stuff? ChatGPT? Okay, so yeah, so for me personally, my day-to-day tasks involves a lot of having to draft out emails and sending out reports and so on, right? And there are days where I feel like having to type things out from scratch, writing things out from scratch, it takes up a lot of time. And to make things more efficient, I would just prompt it, like I would say, like, this is what I want, and I would get a draft. And based on that, I would, of course, rephrase it and make it the way I would want it to sound, right? So yeah, which is why I was saying that we're in this era where everyone is trying to get into AI. But the thing is, when it comes to companies using it for their development itself, I know a lot of companies now are trying to adopt, and they're trying to integrate into their existing systems. But unfortunately, from what we've seen is that only about 19% of companies actually excel at maximizing the value from data. For instance, using AI and so on, right? The thing is, we have a lot of insights that can be derived from all the data that we have. But the thing is, there are a lot of limitations with the traditional methods that we have, right? So for instance, we have all these unstructured data, which sometimes can't be really used because they haven't been cleaned up well, or it hasn't been, stored in, for instance, it has been stored in like many different silos. For instance, like each team would have their own set of data, and it's not being shared across, right? And there isn't a unified platform for everyone to, tap into it and make sure. I mean, of course, when you tap into it, you've got to make sure that only those who have access. I mean, for instance, like it has to be people who are relevant who get access to these data that you have. But the thing is, even within a team, there are many smaller teams, right? And different teams would have different types of data that's with them. But if we bring it all together, we unify it, it would be able to give us even more meaningful insights, there may be a lot of things that we would be able to tap into as well, right? And yeah, so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have this unified platform to not only manage the data well. So for instance, if we want to use both structured and unstructured data at the same time for a particular project, we want to be able to do that. And we want to make sure that all these little islands of data that's everywhere, which sometimes could not really make sense if they're put separately. So we want to make sure that we sort of like stitch them all together so that we get to see and we get to connect these things to see what could possibly come out of it, right? And yeah, and finally, we want to make sure that all these, all these organizations who are using this, they don't have to end up spending all these resources and like all the time that they have on just trying to patch things up together, right? And what we'll want to do is this unified platform should be able to manage all these things at the same time. Security, data governance, and all that isn't being impacted as well. Okay. So the good thing about this is that at Google, we've been taking upon this challenge to make sure that AI is a part of pretty much every product. And I would say that Google was probably like one of the pioneers when it came to implementing it, and when it comes to like innovating things with AI. Like it has been happening for decades, right? Which is why I would say that probably Google is uniquely positioned to help you solve all these problems that we face in like our day-to-day tasks, right? And which brings me to the three main pillars when it comes to transforming your business with AI, right? So what we want to see is like these three pillars are critical when it comes to harnessing the power of AI, including Gen AI and so on, when it comes to achieving fast time to value at scale with your data, right? So first of all, we want to make sure that we have the AI-ready data platform, right? So the ecosystem should be able to provide you with all the data capabilities that your organization will need out of the box itself. And this way you wouldn't have to use like 8 different products, for instance, to just bring something together for your project, right? We want to make sure that we have just one platform, and using that, the entire team gets to just work off that. And next thing is we want to make sure that we are able to leverage the AI capabilities and functions like the LLMs that you're using, or the embeddings, or the vector databases. And we want to make sure that all these capabilities are built into your data platform itself, rather than having to move your data to various different platforms. And for instance, like first off, you want to clean up the data in like a particular place, and then you have to move it to another platform just to do your prediction and stuff, right? So we want to make sure that all of this would be in one place. And the third thing is that we want to make sure that we empower all our users with AI, right? Not just the data scientists who have already had some experience with the ML techniques, for instance. So we want to make sure that regardless of what your current role is, you get to integrate it, and pretty much everyone gets to have a role when it comes to running these predictions. And this way there would be lower barriers when it comes to getting into the AI part of it. Okay, so here are some examples of customers who have already started using LLMs in their data analytics platforms. And whether it comes to like the data analytics pipelines or their AI workloads. So we have, for instance, Priceline, who's a customer, and they've already started using. So for instance, like the first session we had was talking about grounding LLMs, right? So for instance, Priceline over here, it has already been using it for quite some time now. And this way they have been able to use, they have been able to support their customers when it comes to providing suggestions of hotels and so on when they want to plan their trip. And this way, it sort of like helps with the grounding and to reduce like hallucination, for instance, right? For let's say if you were to use Priceline and you want to get suggestions of hotel based on like a trip that you're planning, and we want to make sure that it sends the right hotels for you to visit as well, right? So that's something that has been going on, and like millions of customers have been sending in requests, and based on that, based on the data points that they have and understanding the customer demographics and so on, these suggestions are provided to them. And other than that, we have Tyson as well, where they run smart factories with BigQuery, right? So with Tyson, they've already started tapping into the multimodality aspect of it, where they're not only using text, but they're also looking at unstructured data, such as like images and videos, to make decisions. And so this is more into the IoT side. So they would have sensors and so on to better understand the products. And from that, they would have to understand the data to optimize the processes, right? And the next one is Faraday. So with Faraday, what it does is it uses LLMs to directly pipe to enrich the customer profile itself, to better review the information, to understand their customers, and to understand how they use their products. And yeah, so they pretty much use BigQuery for this to bring in all the data, and then based on that, they get to extract these insights easily just on one platform. Okay, so over here you can see the entire portfolio that we have at Google, right? So first, I mean, like we're pretty much focusing on all these different areas to support developers end to end, right? And for instance, like if you want to look into operational stores, you have LOIDB or Spanner, and then when it comes to blob storage, there's GCS, and then there's BigQuery to analyze all the data that you want. And then we have Vertex AI. So Vertex AI is pretty much built with all the leading capabilities with Gemini, and it becomes your AI platform, right? And then we have Looker, where we get to extract the high-level data insights that we need when it comes to like communicating whatever insights that you've gotten from the data that you've collected, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we bring all the best capabilities to the entire data stack with the help of AI, right? Okay, so this would be the main highlight for us today, which is the part where we use Gemini and BigQuery, right? So it's supposed to, what we're trying to do is we want to make sure that it makes developers efficient with the entire end-to-end process, right? So whether it comes from, from the time where you build your pipelines up to, analyzing it and helping you with designing queries and up to automating all the operations, right? Yeah, so I know like when it comes to generating your queries, it's the most crucial part where you tend to sometimes need some inspiration or support at times, where you would have to like go search up on different platforms, right? So with Gemini and BigQuery, you're able to prompt these codes itself. So for instance, you could prompt what kind of query that you want to generate, and based on the prompt that you've provided, it would help you generate the code itself based on the data that you have and the ones that you would like to use for your project. And yeah, so this way you would be able to generate the SQL code with the help of Gemini, and you would be able to, of course, alter it based on what you think is best as well. And you get to like proactively analyze the data that you need. And these are some things that otherwise would have been something that's more tedious, where it happens in a loop, right? With a lot of human interaction and all is needed. So with Gemini, it pretty much just makes the process a little easier for you. All right, so what I was talking about was the code assist feature, right? And what we want to do is we want to bridge the gap between, just using natural language to generate the SQL code that you need. So with BigQuery, our focus is mainly going to be on the SQL part of it. So all you've got to do is you've got to type out the question that you need, just using natural language, just like how you would ask a friend or so on, and the code would be generated, as you can see in the GIF over there. So how this is done is because it's through the integration of Gemini into BigQuery itself, right? It's going to be similar to how you would use a Jupyter notebook, just like how you would use Python notebook, right? So same concept, but it's used for SQL. And yeah, so usually the traditional way would be for you to start a query by searching into the tables that you want to look at, and then you would have to add the columns and joins and filters and so on, right? And what Gemini does is it helps you get started with the new query itself that you want by just typing the prompt that you want. And it doesn't only understand the SQL semantics, but it also includes the understanding of the metadata itself. So it doesn't just blindly give you a code, like a general code, but it tries to understand the metadata that you have. It analyzes that first, and based on that, it helps you provide the suggestions or recommendations of how you could do the joins and so on. All right. And next up, we have the BigQuery data canvas. So this is similar. So it would give you a notebook-like experience as well, but this is more of a visual-driven notebook. So for instance, if you want to ask what are the top 5 products used in Malaysia for your company, and you want to rank it by the states, right? So what it would do is it first provides you the table that you are looking for. It would provide it in a table, and it would rank the top 5 products based on the states. And after that, if you want to visualize it, if you want to make it more understandable and by stakeholders, for instance, all you've got to do is you've just got to ask it to help you visualize it, and it would generate you a chart, right? And it would pretty much just link it with the table that it had generated previously. And the good thing about it is that you get to construct your canvas in a way that it can be shared across your organization, similar to using the Jupyter notebook again, where different parties can work on it concurrently, right? And yeah, so this is also because the LLM is directly built into it, so it pretty much does all the processing for you. All right, so this is another area that has been a very important thing for the team at Google as well. So right now, all of you probably already know what BigQuery is all about, right? So we have this large-scale data analytics platform, and then we have Vertex AI, which is our AI platform, right? And what we want to do is we want to bring these two together and make sure that we get the best out of it, right? So right now, I think most of you who are already in the industry would have noticed that there's this large gap in the industry, right? Between people who have true ML engineering experience and capabilities to act upon, and also those who are still start getting started with SQL, for instance. And what we want to do is we want to solve this problem to bring more AI capabilities to the analyst as well. So not just the data scientists, but also the analysts get to work on these AI capabilities. And yeah, that's how that's the reason why BigQuery ML has been brought into the picture, right? We want to make sure that we have like a single class user interface where you could interact with both Vertex AI and BigQuery at the same time. So you manage your data, and also you get to get the insights and predictions and so on. You can do it all on one platform, right? And yeah, so after you store your data and so on, you would be able to, for instance, train your models, run instances. You want to do fine tuning or vector embeddings. Everything can be done on BigQuery ML itself. Okay. And yeah, so if we were to look a little deeper into BigQuery ML, right? What we really want to do is we want to make sure that we're able to do all the trainings and fine tunings, which generally needs a lot of lines of codes. If we were to do it on like a Jupyter, on a Python notebook or so on, right? But with BigQuery ML, the good thing is that we give you a handful of lines of codes, and that pretty much does the entire process of it, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure that the process is a lot simpler. And so, for instance, if someone is not too familiar with the traditional ML techniques, so all they have to do is like they just have to put in the prompt, and it would give you the suggestions of all the. I mean, for instance, just within like 3 lines of codes, you'd be able to see how you could get your model started, and you can start creating the entire journey of it. So I know we talked about how we're using Gen AI and LLMs to support with the data journey, right? And of course, we wouldn't want to just stop there. We also have the traditional ML that's being integrated in it as well. So for instance, we have predictive ML, where you could do forecasting or anomaly detection, or inference, which is all built into the service itself, the BigQuery ML service itself. And other things we have is like we have the G8 model training with SQL integrations, like with Vertex. And then we have some recently released areas within predictive ML. So this would be more on multivariate and also time series forecasting, and also explainable AI. And yeah, so the other thing is that we also have the multimodal support of Gemini 1.5. I'm not sure if all of you have had a chance to look at some of the use cases where you could do all these summarizations and across like any different text capabilities, right? So that's also being integrated here, where you would be able to run all these, for instance, summarization of your data on BigQuery itself. All right. So if you want to better understand how the Gemini models fit in the Gen AI data pipelines with BigQuery ML, so if you were to look at the upper left, you can see a handful of vision-supported techniques, whether it is to annotate the image or when it comes to like generating a text in the image. And very soon, our team would also be rolling out support for data types, like for instance, like videos as well, right? So once that's up, you'd be able to analyze video segmentations or like do summarizations and pull out information from a video directly. So right now we also have support for speech to text, where, for instance, you could transcribe something based on like from the data that you have itself. And what you've got to do is you just have to feed an audio file, and based on that, you'd be able to pull out text for analysis. So we do have few use cases like from large financial services companies itself, where they use audio files of traders to pull out, for instance, like entities such as like stock prices or purchases decisions out of the calls that are being made. And that would be stored as JSON files. And based on that, the analysis and so on, predictions are done for future issues. Okay. Yeah, so if you see over here, we have, we're pretty much managing in like all these different data types, right? So apart from the vision part, we also have the speech AI API, and then we have the doc AI API. I'll be talking more about the doc AI API after this. But essentially what we're trying to do is we want to make sure that, we break this limitation where you get to get information out of unstructured data and also put it into a structured form so that you could do the analysis. Because right now, a huge number of companies you would see, they have a lot of unstructured data, but they're unable to make much sense out of it and make it useful for decision making and so on, right? And yeah, so if you see over here, one second. So this is the part where I wanted to share more about document AI, right? So apart from just using Gemini, we also have the direct integration right now, right, with our doc AI and speech-to-text services. And these are part of the native functions of BigQuery ML right now. So this pretty much, like I mentioned earlier, you get to use just a few lines of SQL code to extract insights and data from unstructured data. So using like doc AI, for instance, to parse large PDF files, for instance, or you get to just transcribe these information from audio files and you get it into text and you get to do additional analysis all on BigQuery itself. And right now we have already integrated with Gemini 1.0 Pro model, right? Which is something that a lot of the customers have already started using, and they've already leveraged it in production on BigQuery itself. So Faraday over here is an AI-first customer prediction platform, right? And they have been leveraging Gemini inside of BigQuery to build AI analytics platforms to better understand their data, and also using Gemini, they try to do, for instance, sentiment analysis, or use the new formatted analysis output from Gemini in their downstream customer healthcare dashboards, for instance. And now let me just show you a breakdown of how these different use cases are being used. Okay, don't panic. There is going to be a fire drill happening at other floors today. So if you hear any announcements, don't worry, we're not affected by it, okay? It's only for other floors other than level 28 and 20. Okay. All right. Yeah, so for instance, like all the different use cases that you can use it for is like, let's say sentiment analysis. For instance, let's say you're working for a bank and you want to better understand how your customers feel about the new different packages that you're offering. So based on like the feedback that you've gotten from customers, for instance, the text might be too long and you wouldn't be able to go through it one by one, right? So if you were to do sentiment analysis, all you've got to do is you just got it prompted in natural language again. You just let it know, let the model know that you want to understand a particular thing. Just type it out and you get that, right? So that applies for when it comes to data enrichment or entity extraction or even content generation and translation. So for instance, right now, a lot of multinational companies, they want to better understand their market areas, like different demographics, right? So it wouldn't just necessarily mean that they need like, that they're looking at a particular language. They want to make sure that they are able to support their customers across the globe, right? So that's also something that we're looking into. For instance, translation isn't just done at like for the major languages, the most commonly used languages, but it's going to be more inclusive as well, for instance. And yeah, so looking beyond the traditional text, like the ones that I showed earlier, some of the new capabilities that we have with Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision is that you would be able to pull out information from images as well and store it in JSON files in text form. So this is something new that you can work on as well when it comes to image analysis, or if there's any entity extraction that you would like to do from images. Yeah, so okay. Yeah, so here's a sample of how you could use Gemini Pro Vision for the prompting that you want. I mean, for running your models or creating a model and running it, right? So generally, you would have to write a long code just to get it done, right? So over here, all you've got to do is just, you know, write a 3-liner SQL code where you put in the prompt as well. So it's more interactive in a sense, where for someone who hasn't been used to doing the traditional ML engineering methods, they just have to write down what they want, and the platform would help them with that. So, and over here, this is where we fit into the larger picture of Gen AI pipelines inside of BigQuery, right? So we've already had all these functionality in place, and this launch highlighted in the red box over there will open up more possibilities for users who have been using BigQueries, especially when it comes to the vision part of unstructured data, right? So whether it comes to whether they want to work on image classification, or if there's any object detection, or for instance, visual captioning as well, it pretty much covers all these areas as well. Okay, so let me just show you a quick demo.
By now, you've probably had more than one aha or magical moments thanks to a large language model, or LLM, whether it was chatting with Google Gemini on a browser or mobile app, or calling the Gemini API with a prompt. What if, instead of asking Gemini one question at a time, you could prompt it to help you analyze your BigQuery data row by row and at scale? In this video, you'll see how you can use BigQuery's integration with Vertex AI and Google's large language model family Gemini to analyze your unstructured, semi-structured, and structured data to gain new insights and enable novel analytical applications. Gemini can help you analyze your data in several ways, including text summarization, rephrasing of text, feature extraction, and sentiment analysis. It can also help generate new content for data enhancement, such as turning a zip code into a city. The Gemini family of models also has options that handle multimodal input, meaning a combination of text and image or video. This unlocks additional use cases, such as object recognition, captioning or description of images and videos, digital content understanding, and for information seeking by combining world knowledge with information extracted from images or videos. However, applying these use cases to a large dataset, say thousands of product images or customer reviews, would be a complex task requiring code and infrastructure management. Luckily, BigQuery's integration with the Gemini models through Vertex AI solves these challenges, allowing you to interact with Gemini using SQL and taking advantage of the scale of BigQuery. Getting started with Gemini follows 2 high-level steps. First, you'll create a model in BigQuery ML that references the model endpoint. Once the model is created, you can call the model on demand with a SQL select statement using the ml.generateText function. This example shows creating a model that references Gemini Pro, which handles text input and generates text as a response. If you're planning to use a multimodal model that handles both visual and text input, such as Gemini Pro Vision, you'll first make your visual data, such as videos or images, available as a BigQuery object table. Object tables are read-only tables that reference unstructured data objects residing in cloud storage. Once created, each row of the object table corresponds to an object, and the table columns correspond to the object metadata generated by cloud storage, including any custom metadata. Creating the multimodal model is similar to the text model, as you only need to update the options to reference the multimodal endpoint. Calling the model with ml.generateText does have slightly different requirements for multimodal models. The text prompt moves out of the select statement and into the struct itself, and the same prompt is applied to each row of the referenced object table. Okay, let's go to a demo to see this in action. In this demo, I'll be analyzing a set of movie poster images to understand more about the movies they represent. The multimodal Gemini Pro Vision model will accept the image as an input and will be prompted to identify the movie represented by the poster and its year of release. Then, the Gemini Pro model will take that movie title and year as text input and will be prompted to provide a text summary. I'm working inside of an embedded notebook directly in BigQuery Studio, which is an environment where we can combine Python, SQL, and even command line tools like gcloud and BQ to perform analysis. There are a few setup steps for working with Vertex AI models in BigQuery. These include enabling the Vertex AI and BigQuery connection APIs, creating a cloud resource connection, and then granting the Vertex AI user role to the service account used by the cloud resource connection. Next, I'll add our movie poster images to an object table. First, I'm creating a dataset to hold the new table, and then I'm using the create external table statement to create a table linked to the Google Cloud Storage bucket that houses the images. Now, I'll create the Gemini remote models in BigQuery ML. Firstly, I'm creating a remote model pointing to the Gemini Pro model endpoint, which I'll save in my new dataset and name Gemini Pro. I'll do the same thing with a second model, this time pointing to the Gemini Pro Vision model endpoint, and I'll name it Gemini Pro Vision. Now, if I go to the Explorer pane in the BigQuery console and refresh the contents, you can see I now have the new dataset with the movie posters object table, as well as the Gemini Pro and Gemini Pro Vision remote models. Let's use them to do some analysis. The first thing I'll do is use the Gemini Pro Vision model to help understand the images. I can send requests to the model by using the ml.generateText function, referencing the model in the parameters. The function syntax when used with the vision model expects an object table in the table parameter. I'll provide a text prompt within the function struct. In this case, I'm asking the model to determine the movie represented in the poster and to provide the movie title and year of release, specifying that that response must be returned in JSON format. Once the execution is complete, I can take a look at a few sample responses and their structure. I'll use SQL to pull out the movie title and release year from these responses into new columns. What if I wanted a bit more information about each of these movies, say a text summary of the movie? This content generation use case is perfect for the Gemini Pro model. Again, I'm using the ml.generateText function, this time referencing the Gemini Pro remote model. The table parameter will be a select statement that pulls the movie title and year into a prompt and asks the Gemini model to provide a movie summary. Note that the prompt for Gemini Pro can be unique to each row and incorporate data from the columns of the table, as I'm doing here with the title and year columns. It also requires the prompt to be provided in its own column named prompt and contained within the table parameter. This is slightly different syntax from the previous query to the Gemini Pro Vision model, where the prompt was provided in the struct. And the results, I now have the image URI, title, year, and movie summary provided by the Gemini Pro model. This data could be saved to a table or used in further downstream analysis, say joining it with other data such as movie reviews for sentiment analysis. Gemini's ability to turn unstructured data into a structured format enables you to draw novel insights and join that data with your structured data for even more possibilities. Accessing Gemini via BigQuery ML means you can do this at scale without complex code, needing ML expertise, or ever leaving your data warehouse. Try it for yourself. Check out the documentation and more resources linked in the description below.
Okay, so yeah, so Hello? Okay, I think there was some issue with the presentation earlier. Okay. All right, the audio is fine. So if you were to go and check out the link that that was shown in the video earlier, you could further test out the model along with the documentation as well. All right, so we have another 10 minutes to go. Yeah, so the other feature that we have is the BigQuery vector search feature, right? And this is the part where you can use BigQuery ML to generate embeddings. So for those of you who are not too familiar with what vector embeddings are, they're pretty much the mathematical representations of a particular piece of data. And what it does is it gives the for instance, from the context itself, you sort of like get to see the spaces between all these data to understand like what is closer, and based on that, you would be able to understand what's similar to a particular data point that you're looking for, right? And as you generate these embeddings and you put it into a 3D space, for instance, the embeddings within the same 3D space is what you would be using to determine which is the similar context that you're looking for. And right now, we have this capability as part of the native feature of BigQuery itself. And with this, you get to generate embeddings directly in place, and also use vector search to do all these similarity searchings. And the key is that when it comes to the similarity searching, we also have semantic searching for instance, right? And if you really want to get real contextual understanding using the language, we wouldn't want to just limit ourselves with the keyword detection, right? And which is why we have the BigQuery vector search feature integrated. And apart from that, we also have support for LangChain and also Vertex extensions. So you could also orchestrate use this with your models and also with your own AI workflows that you may have already orchestrated with LangChain. And apart from that, we also have RAG over there, where if you give a prompt to an LLM and you want to compare the results you have already known to the embeddings that you have. So all you've got to do is you'd be able to generate the embeddings from the prompt with the vector dimensionality and compare with the answers that you have already had and you have already saved in your vector database itself. All right. Yeah, so this is a little more on the vector feature store that we have itself. So for instance, we have the BigQuery ML, we also have the BigQuery vector search, and then there's also feature store vector serving as well. Right. And here's a sample use case from one of our customers, which is Unilever. So they have been using it for their procurement strategy and insights, for their strategy and insights team, right? Where they would be able to use the, they would be able to communicate the data information from the raw data that they've collected itself to up till leadership and also buyers to make sure that they are able to drive larger strategic innovations as well. And when it comes to this, of course, data is a large aspect for what they do, right? And yeah, that's how they started with their journey with BigQuery. And yeah, so they pretty much started using BigQuery mainly to verify outputs of, for instance, the graph database query that they have been doing, and also to connect the data set with other pieces that they weren't able to find within their data lakes itself. And finally, they wanted to understand like what are the steps that they could explore to get LLM and their data together, right? To better understand and get the insights. And from there, they wanted to understand what are the next steps that they could take for their strategy and innovations and insights and all. So one of the initiatives that they've been working on was developing the graph database capabilities itself. And what they needed was the end-to-end traceability going from their supplier spend and how it rolls to their brands and business groups. So it was pretty much to go from A to Z within a few just within a few hops, right? And yeah, so they initially got the initial schema and query up and running with one of their partners, which is Tiger Graph. And along the way, they pretty much ran into a bottleneck where when it came to validating the output, that's when they started facing the challenges, right? And GSQL is the niche language that they hadn't set up at that point for the graph database, and it wasn't on scale either. So when they started running into minor issues, unpacking the JSON file, so initially they were using PySpark and Databricks and so on, and it happened to be they had a GCP sandbox available as well, and that's when they sort of started exploring the BigQuery auto schema detect scheme, and that's when they initially got started with using BigQuery. So this pretty much helped them help support them when it comes to productivity itself, and this way the analysts got to understand better what the outputs should look like when it comes to probing their data using SQL, right? So this way they didn't have to worry about clusters or scaling, and it was pretty much an iterative process where they had to go from the graph schema to GSQL and also the data validation, and it was all being done probably like 5 times faster than what it used to be back then when it was being done in a loop, right? And once they became more comfortable with loading the data set itself, they saw that the output was pretty much flexible, and they started they started coming to a point where they started tying the data to the historical ones, which was pretty much valuable for them because it was pretty challenging for them to tie back to the historical ones to understand the turnovers and so on, right? And over here, if you see the graph over there, this is the part where they started testing out for their sustainability sourcing teams itself, where they worked with the GE team to pretty much isolate greenhouse gas generation from specific palm fields that they're working on, right? And to link them back to the palm oil suppliers. So this is more of a sustainability project that they were working on, where they were taking data sets and linking them to and spend data sets that they have generated. And they started to build up a picture of which brands were going to eventually end up owning the carbon dioxide emission and also through which suppliers this is mainly being impacted, right? So this really made them, it created the impact that they were looking for when it comes to their brand itself, right? To make sure that they're working on a sustainable project and also to ensure that the carbon emission and all is being taken care of as well. So that's a sample. And yeah, and from there on, they took one step. They took one step further and up till today, right? So now they're working with NGIS to better explore the form of like these palm plantations that they're working in. And of course, they have been exploring the LLMs as well to better understand the relationship between the data that they have identified as well. So they pretty much started off with the Palm2 LangChain and BigQuery to build a basic talk to data kind of application where they get to just ask for questions and so on and get a better understanding, right? And since that use case was exiting to a larger procurement, and it pretty much inspired them to work on other use cases. So what they did was they started working on things such as, helping them to find all these, identify all these missed opportunities that they could have gone for, and also summarizing the pricing patterns or the cost drivers, and also identifying different potential shipping lanes, for instance. So they've gotten into like many different aspects as well using the LLMs, and after some time, once they got into using the APIs as well, so Doc AI and so on got into the picture as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And for those of you who are interested in building things on your own, so just now we saw a few use cases from other companies, right? So if any of you are interested in building things on your own, we have the Google AI developer competition. So let me just quickly run through this. Is lunch ready? Oh, okay. So I guess I can run this towards the end so that everyone can benefit out of it as well. So no worries, I'll share this link towards the end of today's session. So I guess since lunch is ready, I don't want to hold you all back any longer. So thank you.
Thank you, Amrita, for the sharing. Lunch is ready. Y'all can head out. It's just right by the entrance. Thank you. Lunch will be 45 minutes, yeah. So please come back at 1:15 for the next talk. 45 minutes.
Ah, just like thanks.
All good?
Yes.
You're done for the day?
Yes, I'm done. I don't know why this mic isn't working.
Is it this one?
No, I was using this, but it was kind of hard to like.
That's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
It works quite well.
That one works, but you've got to like bend down a little.
When are you becoming a GD, Amrita? When are you becoming a GD?
Oh.
Good question.
Hello? Hello?
Sometimes.
Hello? Hello?
So we're about
I don't know, it's actually on schedule because we move
Hello?
out.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
but everything
yeah.
moves. So when is
We just move.
It's okay. I'm not that tall.
so we start again at
145.
Around at 1:45.
1:45.
We started what? Oh, okay.
Okay, so everybody
Okay.
moves in the afternoon moves with one. Because
3:45. You should be 3:45.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
your session will be 3:45 because with your own Redis stuff.
yeah, okay. Good.
More time for you.
More time for me. Maybe I can rehearse twice.
Do you want to test?
Yes.
Because it seems a bit
the one just
like the
It's
mic.
not.
sorry,
Oh,
I didn't get your name. You're
Oh, Sammy.
I can hear myself.
you're part of the
Hello.
GDG Cloud KL.
Because even just now I could hear that.
Okay.
There was a disabled, yeah, but I thought maybe it's because you're
I was
connected
wondering,
to me.
Vandyck is a very Dutch name.
Yeah.
Did he choose that himself or? Really?
Yeah.
Because they're live streaming as
Yeah,
well,
what-
which is why
I
they
read
wanted
this
us to
full
connect
name and I was
to
like,
me.
Okay.
This one deck is probably not.
I'm still able to hear my
But that's a really
Yeah.
okay.
Hello.
I think it's low.
I think it's that
Yeah,
and
it's that.
this. I don't know which one is.
This one's fine, then you just switch that one off.
Following up.
What?
She's your follower.
I know. We'll see at the power time.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
I need to know.
About EY.
What happened?
I made EY.
Oh.
So this is my senior, I guess.
Visual stuff? Oh, it's okay. Okay.
Same team or?
Yeah.
But when she left, then I joined.
Ah. Yeah, she was telling me some stories from EY.
I'm still actively applying.
Elsewhere?
You guys received the application.
Do you know what you want to do?
Mostly data
Okay, so what happened was they didn't all apply. Why? Because it had
I like
a
ETL.
the rest are gonna be like.
On Google Cloud or just like in general?
They could have applied.
They will show
See who wants.
I'm still gonna be in the.
It's a tough market nowadays.
Again, quite sad.
We got an advisor.
Yeah, like a lot of layoffs. I think it's. I had a friend that got laid off in Singapore. And I've been like, maybe you should try to. I think it's on the.
We have.
Like,
I
for the
was
first
yeah,
year.
meantime I think I'll work
They're giving us.
Yeah, but it's also not worth moving to a worse place. Like I've been in this position where I was not very happy, but it was like I also don't want to go to a place that I patience. I was going to ask Amrita for a video because I need to find my slides.
You
have
have.
but level 20
Yeah.
They don't have connection. It's not
Check.
a-
But here we don't have any.
Should I admit myself?
Yes.
No, it's always on.
Should make it stop snowing or it's fine if it's snowing?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Then when you share a slide, should be on the spot.
You guys want that or you?
Then I share in Google.
So I think last time.
Share the entire screen.
Okay, but I'm doing a demo, so
I think it's entire screen. Stop sharing.
it's very risky with extraction because we would then just ping me from there.
No, it's yeah, well,
Yeah.
okay, so essentially, I put the label, yeah, but essentially only when under the system pressure, then you will pick the.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
So the
So
mail.
now the current proposal
So I just like sure.
Oh, you can check if it's
Oh,
if
okay.
it's still the same. Yeah. So then, you know, going into the garbage collection.
It's currently displaying.
Yeah. Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
one.
So.
Number 45.
I just
How back then they try to do something like let's say in our work, genetic process, like that.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. What? No, it's not.
You're a technical professional. So your work is.
Yeah, so you just think like you want to sit down and then like just know the problem, just like you want to talk about you want to work on something like you know, and I think they also
What would it do actually? But not voice, because relative to the nation. So the project is
Yeah, but it's more of memory representation. So I think there's less but there are
yeah, because I feel to get feedback, right?
we wanted to make it but for my what I tried to just about Java.
Well, they just what that is a big collection. And then we hiring
like for me, Java is so basically like
that's right. I want to get something from
oh, I just killed well, so basically, yeah, there's
But I have like laptop. Yeah. I have a laptop. I have a favorite. Really bad. Like it's really ugly. I have like the chunky thing. No, I don't have it today. Try to find it. There's a picture.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, but you have to do a lot of implementation. But then, because I think I checked the last I checked, it's very chunky. There's 100 plus command. Yeah, but then
I have next to this and
yeah, whoever tells you.
this is one file of this comes because having a good time. That's what's fun.
Oh, you can't do this. No way you can do pre-writing.
None of my business.
Yes, in person in Singapore.
Looks like the big issue was the license. Like I know sometimes it's not
Sorry. It was a nice company. Y'all got too much like too much backstory. Like I have to be familiar with all. Give me something, you have to then that's the end of it. And then we have to go, oh, we have this Googler here. Yeah, the other Google that can you always do it from what? Yeah, so I can do everything. It's like why? Why do you do it?
Have you had lunch?
Yes, yeah, but now it's like yeah, everything. So it's like. Okay, where are you?
Is that the only one?
Yeah, there's another one here, but I think but yeah, it's just a lower thing.
Okay, I'll go there.
Is that okay? Did you
Did
see the room? Or?
Yeah, Sean's there, I think.
Oh,
I don't want to disturb him too much, but I want to literally talk
okay. Let me check.
because it's, if you get if it's not then I'll call.
Hi.
Oh, hey, man. How are you? Okay. Yes, I wanted to see your thoughts with because it's so you were lost for a while. What again? They'll fire me. I pass. Oh, actually, like Apple boy, I'm a fancy watch there. Oh, that's the the rules. Really see that? I think Yes, come on, man. Yes,
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is back from your lunch. If your peers are not back, you can ping them and ask them to join the room. We are starting our next talk. Right. So we will have Akshata, who is the founder and CEO of Kaius. She will be sharing with us about architecting AI agents on Vertex AI. Yep. Let's welcome her. Yep. And at the same time, we will also have track 2, Firebase has SQL by Shangi at level 20. Thank you. Okay. Yes. All right. How's everyone doing? How's lunch? See, there's a benefit to going after lunch. If I put you to sleep, it's not me, it was the lunch. Anyway, so if you'd like to follow along, the slides are here. Okay, I'm going to start off with a question. How many of you used an AI agent today?
No need clicker, right? Just click on it. And now,
Once you're ready.
no. I mean, you still have time, don't worry. See, right, I assume on the Zoom side, on the mid side, online can see that. Oh, that's the online. Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know if others, I mean, probably some of them are on the washroom as well as stuff on the spot. 245. Mic? Only mic. Yeah, but later do I use the
Do you want to use it? Because if you want to use your laptop.
Yeah,
Do you want to do it?
yeah, I'll be here. I'll use this one. Okay. Cool. I'll just wait for them then. I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Yeah, it's good. We'll wait until 2:45 in case anyone is in the washroom. Yeah, because I thought it's like but that's I think it's not as big, right? The room is not as big.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. But not my first Google. There's one usually that fast. Not my first. I don't really know. I need to talk to Amrita and see how it's like. Don't know how it works. Probably just like most of them. Yeah. So like some of them, a few of them flying in.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually for GDG there's the budget. Last time there's one I still give one step. Yeah. No, that's iOS last year. But yeah, no replacement. Too bad. Luckily it was sponsored by the company. So we were the sponsor. Money I was should be good. Don't worry. Oh, are they coming now? Oh, there's no privacy. We'll just let them go ahead. You can do your.
Okay, hi everyone. So thank you so much for waiting. I know we're all excited for the next session, which is beyond Quickstart prototyping with Gemini in Python. So this session will be led by Wei, Senior Machine Learning Engineer by Money Lion. So let's give a warm welcome to Wei.
Okay. Just curious, can you guys hear me like this, or do I need to hold the mic? Can right? Okay. I think there's a mic here because I think I'll be moving up a bit. here and there and up and down thing. So probably don't need that mic. Okay, welcome and to the talk again. I think you have 2 tracks, so thanks for, I guess, choosing the talk and be interested in the topic. So the topic for today is beyond Quickstart prototyping with Gemini in Python. Had some thoughts on what to present today, so I think I came up with this title, very simple one, and I will go through the materials. It will be slightly more beginner friendly, so it's probably also good, probably at the end of the day-ish, you'll probably be overwhelmed with information, with a lot of technical jargon, so I think it's a good session probably for you to sink in and learn stuff, especially I think beginner friendly. But if it's too easy, I think there will be some learnings for you as well. So just bear with me if it's too easy. Yeah. So myself, I am currently a machine learning engineer in MoneyLion. I am in the company for almost 3.5 years already. I've been in different roles from MLOps, MLS, machine learning scientist, and currently ML engineer. So if you want to know a bit more about MoneyLion, or if you haven't heard about MoneyLion, hope you kind of do now. And if you want to chat with me after that, feel free to do so. Okay, get started. Oops, all right. Okay, I guess a lot of you guys probably hear and aware what Gemini is, right? Oh, and just a show of hands, who actually tried the Gemini API already? Okay, no, yes, a few. Okay, so for those who have tried, again, this will be very intuitive for you. And if you haven't tried, and that's where we'll go through what it can do and how we can use the SDK itself. So I guess the focus today, most of the other talks about Gemini API, and it's one of the main topics that was presented in Google I/O Extended or I/O recently in 2014. I guess the biggest announcement that kind of like shocked the whole community is it has 1 million token context window. I don't know if you have a gauge of how big that is. And I guess previously Google Gemini Pro has around 128K, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot the numbers. But they just made it general available to the public now. And it's both on Gemini Pro and Gemini Flash, which is a faster version of it. So there's 2 versions. They announced 1.5 Flash recently. That's the lighter version, faster, lower latency. And 1.5 Pro is the kind of like the flagship all the while. So 1.5, for some context, 1.5 it's from Gemini, and basically most of the models out there you're currently seeing it's only 128K and almost 20K. And what does context or token this means is just how many words in a simplistic way you can put into that model. So this means that you can actually put, I think, hours of videos, paid, I don't have an exact number. I've seen the numbers before. You can put a lot of PDF directly. If you use other solutions, you will know or face problems like chunking, etc. If you play with it. So that's why it's kind of like interesting in this release. And guess what